Hello everyone and welcome back to Backlog Banter. My name is Tucker Hazel and today I am joined by my hairy, burly, low IQ, phallic object eating, shit slinging co-host Abram Buhner. And today we're here to talk about Donkey Kong Bananza. The Kong is back, all hail the Kong. We're going to get really deep into this game, our thoughts on it, and what it signals for Nintendo, their internal development structure, their commitment to IP and Donkey Kong in particular, and design influences from their other games. There's so much to get into here, and a lot of people have talked about it, but we wanted to ruminate on the game, really experience it a lot, get ourselves a little bit removed from that launch hype where it seems like a lot of people were saying similar things. We've got a couple different perspectives here, but this is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the deep dive into Donkey Kong Bananza from Backlog Banter. I know you've all been waiting for it, and it's here.
We're going to go all the way, intellectually, conversationally, to layer 1,700 of this game.
1,700, yes.
As you do in the game itself. Now, Tucker,
the planet's core.
I want to see...
We're going to get to the core of Donkey Kong Bananza.
I played this game, Tucker, for, it says 20 hours or more here on my Nintendo Switch 2 system. Believe it or not, you're on my friends list. Actually, your profile's also on my system, so I can check.
Wait, why?
Because I system transferred the whole thing.
Fair.
It basically just it's like photocopying your Switch 1 onto your Switch 2.
Yeah.
You also played the game for 20 hours. We both beat the game.
Mm-hmm.
We're both in the process of 100% in the game. Well, I don't know if that's your goal.
Well,
that's my goal, but I'm in no rush. It's the sort of thing that I'll keep jumping back into because frankly I don't want it to end. Tucker, so the point is we both played a significant amount of this game.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Give me your 40,000 feet opinion on DK Bananza.
It feels like something genuinely new. When you think about the way levels are designed, movesets are designed, collectibles are placed, there's a lineage of games ranging from N64 collectathons through action platformers, through evolution of 3D Mario, and other games taking inspiration from those games that felt pretty set in stone. But Donkey Kong Bananza introduces so many different kind of mechanics and design processes that I think it was difficult for me to get my head around initially. I do think that the game gets better and more confidently designed as it goes along, and I certainly started to enjoy it a lot more. It's a game I love. It's a game I certainly love. But I also think that because it is so new in so many areas, I disagree with a lot of the best of all time, up there with the greats commentary that a lot of people have said, because I do think it's a little bit messier. I think some of this is a little bit more unrefined. It's a little less tested because you don't have 30 years worth of direct design lineage to build upon it. Like, we've worked out the kinks. That's where you get a Mario Odyssey that's taking inspiration from all these other things. Donkey Kong Bananza is taking inspiration from Donkey Kong and Mario and Zelda and Minecraft and like all this stuff, and it's like, whoa, this is a fusion that is totally fresh, and I love it for it. Super confident. But I think it's a little bit rougher around the edges and not one of the perfect, polished, greatest of all time games that I think some people have been placing it as.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting for me because I don't know I really look for perfect or polish. Mm-hmm. And I actually think that the game is better for not having those things. Yeah. Because you're so right that you can't draw a direct line from a lot of EPD8's other games into here. But their spirit...
Well, yes. I think, and we'll talk about it.
But looking at it from in a broader way, as you're looking at it from the wider canon of this team's work and 3D platformers... Overall, you can't draw the same line. Yeah. And I think, to me,
well, you can draw the line, but another line like smashes into it, like knocks it off course a little bit.
I think something I really appreciate about a lot of like my favorite musical artists, for example, is that they, when they have a real command of their craft, come back with a new album that is an iteration on their past work, but is in other ways a real revolution. It's a new sound. It's a real confident artist or set of artists who have mastered their craft and want to and are going to apply their deep knowledge to something that is riskier, that challenges them, that doesn't just play their hits, but creates new ones.
Yeah, sure.
And I think for me, DK Bananza is easily one of my favorite games ever. Yeah. I loved it so much. And what's interesting about this conversation is I want to get into is, when we started playing the game, you really weren't feeling it.
Yeah.
And
I was having my least favorite kinds of video game moments where I'm doing something and doing the long, slow exhale through my nose.
yeah,
Because I'm just like vibrating my seat, like, God damn it, and getting frustrated by a lot of design
yeah,
decisions, experiential things that I thought were hurting the experience with the game. Obviously, as I mentioned, I ended up loving the game. So a lot of those things sort of washed away as I experienced more of the game as the level design evolved over the course of it. But they're still in there, and it's
yeah,
those moments of genuine frustration and disappointment with some elements of the game's design that hold it back for me from being one of my favorites. Is like I
sure.
never had those like exhale from the nose moments with. I mean, with my other favorite games, but even with the other games from the 3D Mario teams, because they felt like they went
Yeah,
down
yeah.
very smooth. This game, I had a little bit of a harder time chewing into and swallowing.
Well, and that's what I sort of wanted to get at as I sort of close off in the simplest terms why I love this game so much, because your disconnect from it early had me
Yeah.
really trying to interrogate what is this game doing that to me resonates so deeply.
Yeah.
And I think what it is that it really sparks my curiosity. And I think it's hard to do
Yeah.
that in a very almost childlike way. Like I often will play a game or watch a movie or listen to an album and be curious about, okay, what is this artist trying to accomplish? But I think in this game, I felt this curiosity where I was trying to understand how things fit together on a much more
Yeah.
fundamental level.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Because they weren't the exact way
Yeah.
you learned how to put pieces together. And that's what's
Yeah.
fascinating about game design in the modern era is that so much has been learned about how systems are preferred to work and how you construct a level. These lessons have been learned through trial and error in so many different games and so many different studios that most people just take those lessons, apply them, and build on them with their own touch, but don't try to mess with them too much. But Donkey Kong Bonanza rejects a lot of understood design decisions and
Yeah.
tries its best, and I think succeeds, in starting a different kind of path for the way you lay out levels and disperse collectibles and
Yeah,
create
exactly.
a moveset that interacts with the world.
Yeah, and it's even I'm even just thinking about the way that different chunks interact. I mean, this
Yeah,
is a
definitely.
world
Absolutely.
that isn't governed by the sort of physics engine so much as it's just governed by material interactions. But you can break the bottom of a pillar, the pillar above is going to
Of
remain. You're
course.
not going to collapse shit, but you're going to grab these chunks and they're going to interact and have different properties. You can dunk dirt in water and turn it into a mud chunk. Like there's these little moments, like when I put a fire sword on my back in Breath of the Wild for the first time,
Sure.
and Link stopped shivering. I think there's very
That's
few
very
games
interesting. Yeah.
that make me curious in this way and sort of give me these new, very small interactions that fundamentally change my relationship to the game and to the genre. And I want to make this claim, Tucker, here as we get into it. If I had obviously this game on a production level and also on a feel level belongs in very close conversation with Odyssey.
Mhm.
But for me, if I had to put it most closely in conversation with any Mario platformer, it would be Sunshine for me. To
Okay.
me, this is as you were saying, a rough game.
Yeah.
It's a game that is not so concerned with platforming itself so much as it is concerned with creating these environments in which there are interesting small challenges and interesting small interactions and a real sense of place. And I really love that. And I think, again, Sunshine is another game that makes me feel very curious because in the roughness, in the experimentation, there are risks taken that don't always pay off. And I think that when I encounter something in a game like this that doesn't work, it actually makes me more excited because you see a team like EPD8 taking risks that don't pay off. And I think it's interesting also, my last point on this is that obviously Sunshine was not made by EPD8. I think sometimes people forget that this team started with DK Jungle Beat.
Correct.
And their time with 3D Mario was from Galaxy through, well, obviously they're working on another 3D Mario, but so far through Odyssey.
Yeah.
And Odyssey, people hailed that as a return to Sandbox Mario, but for this team, it was their first attempt at getting closer to what that old EAD team that they weren't a part of did. And to me, this game, Bonanza, is them taking this old framework and these old touches from beyond it, from Rare in DKC.
This is my Pauline. Oh God.
There you go. And making their own version of this big 3D action platforming exploration game that isn't so purely concerned with mechanics and level design as I think EPD8's other games from specifically Galaxy to Odyssey have been.
Yeah, I like what you said about risk, because the biggest risk that this game took, and I think it's actually a good place to start with the conversation about the game, is that it's this team's, outside of Captain Toad, first non-Mario game.
Well, DK Jungle Beat.
Oh, you know what? That is definitely true. Although that was before they started even making 3D Mario, so that hadn't even really been established yet.
Right, that's a good point.
But you're right. Since Jungle Beat, it's their first 3D platformer that doesn't star Mario, and one of the first 3D platformers from Nintendo to not star Mario ever. I mean, we associate Nintendo with 3D platformers because they made a lot of 3D Mario games, but the reality is, outside of 3D Mario, there are very few 3D platformers from Nintendo.
I think this is the only internally developed 3D platformer that from Nintendo doesn't star Mario ever.
Yeah, because Wario World, DK64, Forgotten Land, that's Treasure. That's
Treasure, HAL, Rare.
Yeah. Nintendo involved in Banjo-Kazooie and these things. So yeah. Very, very interesting to, if you want to play it safe, you see that Mario Odyssey is the best-selling Mario 3D platformer, and you make a Mario 3D platformer. Frankly, if you're almost any era of Nintendo, you do that. You make sure that a 3D Mario, which is going to be one of the highest reviewed, best-selling, impactful games that you can have in your library, is there very early on in your system's library. And from the genesis of this game, when they were experimenting with all sorts of weird stuff, I don't believe there was really ever a point where this was specifically a Mario game. This was them trying from the very beginning to do something different and finding their way to Donkey Kong, the original Nintendo character. I mean, in terms of iconography, Jumpman was the lesser part of their first well-known game, which is Donkey Kong. Returning to this series that had always been present and always been iconic. You know, I show my dad Bananza, he knows who Donkey Kong is. He can't tell me anything about the series.
Right.
And making it, again, a very risky move. In a series that has a much lower sales ceiling than a 3D Mario game. And that's, like, this being not a Mario game is actually the riskiest thing about it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back in EPD8's history, Galaxy and Koizumi has gone on record talking about this. Nintendo Forecast has a great video about EPD8 as a whole that goes into this. Galaxy was supposed to release in the launch window for the Wii, and they missed it. But they were allowed to keep working on it, obviously. 3D World was in the first full calendar year of Wii U, about a year after the system launched. And 3D Land, which I should have talked about before because that was 2 years prior, was the same calendar year as 3DS. Same case with Odyssey. So as you're saying, this is a very important, and has been now for 20 years of Nintendo, and an important touchstone in the early frame of the system's life. Now, obviously, it seems as though in the credits of the game, and it seems as though there's a good chance that a 3D Mario game is also quite far along. So if you're looking at this broader kind of first year of system life environment, there's a chance that you're going to get that Mario game too.
There's a chance, yeah.
But the foot
God,
forward,
wouldn't that be nice?
That would be cool.
Shit.
But the foot forward was Donkey Kong, and I think it's important that you raise this, because I don't think you can talk about Donkey Kong Bananza without talking about how he as a character and the game as a whole adopts the action verbs and structure of not just Mario Odyssey, but a lot of stuff from EPD3 and Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. And we know in terms of the origin of this game that Koizumi approached Motakura and told him to make a Donkey Kong game.
Yeah.
We know the very earliest prototypes of the mechanics were with a Goomba with two hands from Odyssey. But the game very early on was ordained from high up in EPD to be Donkey Kong. And obviously Donkey Kong has a theme park. He's getting a movie.
Yeah.
This is an important character to Nintendo, and they gave it to their most important team, I would argue, to reinvent him in the image of his past, in the image of Nintendo's present, and in the image of what I think the future is going to be
I
in this
agree.
very expressive, player-driven sandbox type of game.
Yeah, because that's the continuation that I think from your angle we're going to be digging into the most here is how you and I have had some conversations as we were playing the game. This is drawing inspiration from other areas of Nintendo's design legacy and creating this general player-driven, experimental, physics-driven design philosophy that is surprise. I think people don't realize how relatively coherent it is across these games. My mind almost said homogenous. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but relatively, I think that an argument might be made. And how applying that to specifically Donkey Kong is very interesting because Donkey Kong hadn't had a new game now. I mean, obviously now we have one, but in 11 years since the release of Tropical Freeze, which Tropical Freeze and Country Returns on Wii were also very traditional. They were very much building on the very direct design lineage of the Rare games from 20 years earlier. And so rejecting a lot of that and not playing it safe from what people know Donkey Kong to be, I think makes this, in my mind, the new touchstone for what a Nintendo reinvention can be. This is one of the first times in a long time they've taken a series back in-house, put a ton of budget and time into it, and also rethought a character in a major way. They've redesigned Donkey Kong for the first time in 30 years. They've redesigned what his abilities are, what his primary cast is, having Pauline and all this stuff, and the villains aren't well, they are the Kremlings, but they're also definitely not like and his cast of Kongs is scattered, not particularly forefronted. This is a from the ground up reinvention of everything, and that's what I thought was so interesting with a lot of Switch era games, and this definitely feels like a continuation of that. But applying it to Donkey Kong, a character that had been experimental, but was experimental long time ago, in past tense, and then wasn't experimental, and then now is experimental again. It's this really interesting ebb and flow.
I mean, he tracks with Nintendo, as you were saying before. Yeah, sure. You know, he's at the genesis of the company as we understand it now. They're making arcade games prior, but Nintendo as we know it comes from Donkey Kong. Even Miyamoto talks about how making Donkey Kong was the beginning of him looking at games as a global product opposed to a regional product. Yeah. So there's so much importance to Nintendo's characters, design philosophies, business philosophies, and Donkey Kong. Yeah. When Retro made DKC Returns, they were making it at a time when nostalgia was at the forefront of Nintendo's business strategy. This is in the tradition of New Super Mario Brothers, in the tradition of Kirby Return to Dreamland,
and Virtual Console.
And Virtual Console, exactly. Yeah. And so that's not where Nintendo's at anymore. Mm-hmm. And I think it's interesting that we have this opportunity for Donkey Kong again to be at this new inflection point for the company once more. And as you're saying, it feels like continuation of the Switch 1 era because we literally know from the interviews that the game did indeed begin on Switch 1, but obviously couldn't be realized, as they said, and I think is evident in the game.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's even pushing Switch 2 hardware, which I also will get into.
Here's a question for it to take us a little deeper into the game.
Okay, going down a layer.
I was thinking about...
Can I do that throughout the video, by the way? And when we start a new topic, it's like going through a new layer, then when we're at the end, I'll say it's the core.
Go ahead. You're going to have to remember because I'll forget that.
I have a good memory. I can remember one thing.
I was thinking about how EPD8 in the past has approached... callbacks and references. And I think about Galaxy 2 just simply having Womp's Fortress in it as Throwback Galaxy. I think about 3D Land having stages where you literally stand atop of 8-bit sprites of a mushroom or a Luigi. And there's sort of a similar type of callback in 3D World.
Yeah.
But with Odyssey, and especially with Bananza, I think that EPD8 is getting so good at balancing history with innovation in a forward outlook. Mm-hmm. Because if you think about Odyssey, they made a big deal out of the 8-bit segments. That was a pillar of the marketing, this throwback material. Now it was very cleverly integrated, but they made that a big deal. Yeah. With Bananza, they didn't touch any of the throwback stuff at all pre-release. The last 90 minutes of this game are extremely reverent of Rare era DK,
Yeah.
but they buried it. What I'm curious.
What I would say is not true though, is because they did show the 2D levels, the Donkey Kong Country SNES inspired 2D levels, which I
Sure.
would consider the analog to
Oh
the
no,
2D
you know what? That's a good
sections
point.
from Odyssey. But to your point, this game is foregrounding newness, not
That's
being like the world themes aren't even the same as they would have been in other Donkey Kong Country games, and it isn't until the end of this game when old elements start to be reintegrated that is very much a payoff for the long time wait for Donkey Kong fans who, honest to God, I didn't really realize were like a strong and fervent community until this game started being brought up, because they hadn't been fed in so long, and also they hadn't really gotten anything like new in so long, because even though Returns and Tropical Freeze are great games, they're rehashing the same elements that the series has been known for.
Yeah, they
people didn't care about, like the fucking like walrus or whatever. Like people don't give a shit about these fucking villains.
they existed in conversation with the Rare games explicitly.
Can I ask you one question? As someone who is more familiar with Donkey Kong,
yeah.
When was the last time we got a new Kong, blank Kong, before this game?
In a meaningful capacity.
In any capacity, are there other Kongs and Returns and Tropical Freeze? I don't think
so. No, not in those games.
Yeah,
they
I don't think anything in Jungle Beat. I don't think anything.
Well, I was gonna say is in Jungle Beat they do introduce some big villain Kongs that you fight in these one-on-one sections.
Right. So I guess it was that.
But if you want to talk about meaningful character additions, you'd have to look back to like 64.
Yeah.
And 3 really for Kiddy Kong.
Mm-hmm.
But what I really want to get to the heart of with you as we get deeper into the game is how you feel about the way that this game balances the creation and expression of a new identity for Donkey Kong with I think a very clear reverence for the past, and similar to how Odyssey was paying homage to Mario games that team didn't make. I think this game is also paying homage to Donkey Kong games they didn't make.
Well, because they've never made a Donkey Kong game.
Other than Jungle Beat,
Well, that's true. God, I keep forgetting about the fucking game.
But just the point I'm making is that they're taking from other teams, but they're also taking so much from their own work and from these other series outside of them. And I think, to me, the balance of the old and the new is really excellently handled. What did you think?
No, I agree, because there's never really a moment until like the last cutscenes of the game where it matters that this is built in any particular legacy, and I mean that more in a design sense. Except for the 2D levels, the references and the throwback elements are frankly blink and you miss it. It's one level that has Diddy and Dixie in it. It is the fossils that are on very rare occasion references to old things. It's then once you get to the end of the game, the reveal that the enemies you've been fighting are technically references or remixes of older stuff, but that's frankly on a design level not even really relevant. Again, very few Kongs. This version of Pauline is it's different characters, a new Pauline. Like this is throwback elements are not foregrounded, and I think it's nice to know that they're willing to take a step forward. And the retro elements are not holding this game back at all. They're there for the sickos and to show that they still care, but they're not particularly prevalent, which I think is interesting.
Yeah, I agree, and I think part of the reason why I didn't even clock, as you're right, from the original reveal trailer, we see like the jungle hijinks level.
Yeah.
But it's so sequestered off. Even the 8-bit Mario stuff, like that is an intrinsic aspect of exploring not every kingdom, but a lot of the kingdoms.
Awesome. Yeah.
And I think it's very interesting that they save this very fan service heavy final chapter as like this treat. And I like that.
You got through the slop. Here's King K. Rule.
Well, what I like about it is that I think that a challenge could have been introducing a character like King K. Rool early in the game, and then having him in the Kremlings and the touchstones of Donkey Kong Country loom large over the game. But I think part of what makes
this game doesn't have the Karate Kid Legends issue, in which that movie introduces Ralph Macchio halfway through the movie, and then the only thing that matters for the rest of the movie is that Ralph Macchio is there, and it eats up the story of Ben Wang. It's a particular thing that I've been thinking about of how do you balance a legacy sequel. This is not a legacy sequel, but something that is trying to balance the new and the old. I think it's interesting that they save it till the very end.
Yeah.
If we're going to talk about the ending a little bit and what it means to us as fans of Nintendo's lineage, I thought it was a fun ending. I think K. Rool is cool. I think this is one of the best instances of like his personality and presence. I think there's some clever moments of design and surprise in this last act. I think it's very good. I don't like it didn't like really jazz me up.
Yeah.
And I wonder what a more direct continuation of the what's the name of the Kong group? The Void Company. Yeah. What a more direct continuation of Void Company and specifically the planet's core and Banana and all that stuff. What that would have looked like as a climax if that would have felt maybe more true to what we had seen up to that point. But ultimately, it's a fun, well-designed segment. It pleases long-term fans. It's not so in-depth that it feels like you're missing something if you're not a Donkey Kong fan. So I think it's a good way to handle it. I just wasn't like freaking out about it as maybe some people like one of the best endings into a Nintendo game. I didn't feel that, but I think it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, obviously, I love these Donkey Kong Country games so much. So to me, I was over the moon about it.
Yeah.
I think what worked for me so well about the ending is that it's reverent to the smallest detail insofar as when you're shooting back up the Banandium route. And King K. Rool's attacking you. He's using a jetpack that's like a classic jetpack. Or he's, we're doing the fake out credits like we were doing in original DKC. Or when you kill the Kremlings, they have the same death rattle that they did originally. You have all these great touches, but you also have this very modern Nintendo flair for endings, the same way we've gotten in Splatoon 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Kirby Forgotten Land. You can just keep going. And so the fan service really hit for me, but part of what's interesting to me about that is, again, I think this game has to be looked at in some way as something larger than itself. Because this is a pivotal release in Nintendo's mission to turn Donkey Kong into a foregrounded, global, main S-tier character for them.
Yeah.
And I think that in doing that, they had a hard challenge of making something new and inviting for everybody. But I think retaining the Kremlings, retaining these pieces that I imagine are going to be recurrent, the same way that Kirby has DDD and Mario has Bowser. For a long time, Donkey Kong didn't have anybody, right? And I think that...
Well, he had King K. Rool, but had in the past.
That's what I mean.
Not as in have. It was interesting that they, probably because it was something that Rare created, Nintendo seemed to be kind of reticent to include some of those elements in modern quote-unquote modern Donkey Kong games. And so like embracing it back in, I do think it makes it feel more complete, right? Because having an iconic villain and an iconic supporting cast is a very important part of Nintendo's series. And having recurring versions and different versions of characters and seeing what happens when they are approached from different creators and different angles. And it's cool to have that all brought together. And to the point of this being the real genesis point for Donkey Kong being a primary part of Nintendo's marketing and lineage, which I would say he hasn't been since Super Nintendo, like in real way.
I would
agree.
agree.
A weird experimental era, and then the good retro games, but not like everyone knows about them good. That reinvention, from the design to the energy to the shift in the cast, I think is really, really cool, because this is the first Donkey Kong game that I've really resonated with personally. And it seems like across the board, there's no Donkey Kong fan, new or old, that is in any way like completely rejecting this. This
Yeah.
is Donkey Kong now. Like, this is going to be most people's touchstone of, like, when they think about Donkey Kong, this is the version and the memories and the collecting of Banandium and having Pauline with him. This is that version that they're going to be thinking about. And that's going to be interesting to see it play into a total reboot, ostensibly, of what the series is to most people.
Well, I think we can use this to get into the design of the game, right? Because for me, my first Nintendo game ever was Donkey Kong Jungle Climber, weirdly. But I think
that's right.
perhaps because Donkey Kong is such an iconic character that when my parents got me a DS for Christmas, they see Donkey Kong, even they know Donkey Kong, right?
Yeah.
So to be able to take this intergenerational character, whether you began with the country games, you began with Retro's country games, like me, you fell in that weird like Payon era, or you're coming to this for the first time. EPD8,
the Payon era, that's so stupid.
EPD8 had a unique opportunity here where they are, for all intents and purposes, creating a new framework.
Correct. Yeah.
Obviously, you have DK64, but DK64 one isn't a pattern, right?
Yeah.
So I think about like Breath of the Wild, which is a similarly radical reinvention, but there was a very defined formula there. And what EPD3 did is they reimagined that formula, but it has certainly created divisions among Nintendo players in terms of, do you like the Breath of the Wild, the Tears of the Kingdom, or the pre-Breath of the Wild approach to Zelda the best?
Yeah.
This is a moment to say, we're taking this character and we're doing something fundamentally new with him, and your touchstone is only the personal nostalgias you bring to the character, and we're going to leave enough space for you to project onto that, resonate with that, but we're going to lead with new stuff.
Correct.
But as I want to get into here with the design, Tucker, I think a lot of it actually is not new. I want to get to, as you're saying, these fundamental modifications to the flow, the feel, the structure of a 3D platformer. But one of my big thesis points around this game is that it takes more from games not made by this team than I think any Nintendo game before it ever has.
Interesting. Yeah, because what's so fascinating about the majority of Nintendo's internal teams is they're incredibly siloed, not only in terms of IP, but in terms of genre, right? And that's still true because this is a 3D platformer and they're the 3D platformer team.
Yeah.
But you don't see design inspiration really, unless it's like a wider shift to like open sort of things. You know, a lot of Switch era games, even something like Mario Kart World. You know, these are more open games than they were previously.
Yeah.
But
or it's an unavoidable thing like the Wii Remote, and everybody's starting to think about skeuomorphic and physical design like that.
Yeah, but you've got your 3D platformer team, you've got your adventure game team, you've got your Splatoon team, you've got your Animal Crossing team, you've got your racing team. Not even really possible to have a lot of inspiration like intermingle between those. But the point that you're going to make, and I'm just going to let this as a chance for you to introduce this concept, is that it is a mesh of Odyssey and its exploration, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom in their physics, and maybe energy of Splatoon. Like it's this juiced version of this mix of all of these particularly modern Nintendo touchstones that makes this feel like it's somewhere in the middle of these other teams and their ideas.
In the middle of, if you set Animal Crossing to the side, the most successful, valuable, important IP Nintendo has.
Yeah.
It takes from all of these.
And there's even a racing section of this, so Mario Kart.
A bad racing section, I will say. I love you, Rambi, but it's just... we'll get to it. But
we'll get to the racing layer. Right now, we're only on... I guess we start on Lagoon, and then we go to... I guess
you go to the surfing Hilltop
Canyon
layer.
No, Canyon is before.
No, Hilltop is first. Because you surf around on Hilltop, and then you go to Canyon. I'm sure about this, because I'm going back to 100% order. But... one of the things I noticed very quickly when I started playing the game is that I feel as though this game expects you to have, if not played, at a minimum be familiar with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's unplayable without it. It checks your system for a save file.
The reason I feel that way is that I think that there are mechanics here that suit Donkey Kong, but are new to Donkey Kong, and go unexplained or untutorialized because they exist in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom,
Yeah.
and so many of Nintendo's players are going to understand what those games do.
I think almost all of them.
Yeah. So
Breath of the Wild is the Nintendo game of since Wii Sports. Frankly.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
One of my biggest, most concrete examples of this is how climbing works in the game.
Yeah.
Because obviously Donkey Kong he's a big guy. He climbs. He's had whole games built around climbing. But this is not the same type of climbing. This is a type of climbing that comes specifically from Zelda, where you have a stamina wheel and you can freely climb on any surface by just approaching and latching onto it, with the exception of when that surface gets too slick. In Breath of the Wild, it's because it's raining. Here, sometimes it's because it's too muddy or it's too goopy. But
or too metal-y.
You think about the Shrine of Resurrection where you wake up in Breath of the Wild. Mm-hmm. There is a point in there where you have to jump onto the wall and climb to get out of there, because they want to make sure you understand that you can just climb freely, because that was a brand new action.
To Zelda, yeah.
To Zelda. Mm-hmm. No such thing exists in Donkey Kong.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Ingot Isle. I'm thinking about that first area.
It's pretty...
Is there no wall that stops you?
I don't think so. There's a lot of pounding. That what the action they teach you about is going down, because that's a brand new action to all Nintendo's games.
That's true.
The freedom to go downward. Now, this is where the knowledge of Zelda as a player and the new ideas of Donkey Kong intersect, right? Because as the game is teaching you to dig into the ground, you're going to pound down and end up in a hole. Mm-hmm. And then you're going to learn, okay, how do I get out of this hole? I'm stuck down here. Well, if I jump, I realize, I can just scamper up like I'm playing Zelda. But this iconography of the stamina wheel, the way the mechanic functions and intersects with slippery terrains, to me, that's entirely Zelda. And that's like one of many examples I have of what is being taken from that game. What?
There's not a stamina wheel in this game. In Bananza?
For climbing. Oh, no. Sorry, you're right. I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
I misspoke. I totally misspoke. But the idea of this climbing and this sliding,
very free form.
It's Zelda. Yeah, very free form.
Yeah, and also it being, it's not the climbing is not engaged. By which I mean, especially in Bananza, it's just like walking. Like you're just doing it. It's more engaged in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, because there is this. Link is a little twink boy and he runs out of energy, but Donkey Kong doesn't have that issue because he's a big hunky motherfucker. And I think that's interesting. I wonder if that's a touchstone that was intended, as in they were looking at this game in their design document. They said, okay, Donkey Kong can climb. We know we can design this because we have tech that is from this other team and there's years of experience. Or if it's something that they'd all played Breath of the Wild, you assume, and they just internalized it. I wonder how direct that is, but I do think that is something as a touchstone, and also I think we can explore the physics, because physics in Nintendo games also, to the degree that Bonanza and also the Zelda games do, also largely starts with Breath of the Wild.
100%. And the other is just a couple others I'll throw out that are also very similar. Yellow hearts you get from sleeping in your hideaways. The idea of a yellow heart that when you're damaged for it, it can't be regenerated, is a Zelda thing from Zelda Cooking. So there's other things like that. But what I want to get to is this idea of punching, because people have talked a lot about this. And you were saying, I think quite aptly, right? Link is this character burdened by the environment. Mm-hmm. Donkey Kong is totally unburdened by it.
No. And that is the design decision that I think sets this game apart most from others, is that the environment has little to no impact on you unless it is lava. Everything else Donkey Kong doesn't care about. He can do whatever he wants to any of this shit.
and here's where I want to start. I want to start gut level, because I think there's been a lot of people saying, oh, this is very satisfying. Yeah. But I want to dig deeper than that into what we mean by satisfying. If it is indeed...
Abram, we're going down another layer.
There we go. We're getting into the feel of Donkey Kong as a guy. Yeah. For you, what do you make of the way he feels? Do you like the punching? Do you like the satisfaction of the digging and the freedom? Like, what does that like tickle your brain right as a player?
Hmm.
It's somewhat
I
of a
think.
leading question because I kind of know.
Well, I think that it is interesting in the way that it sets it apart from other games. It is
Yeah.
ostensibly a new core verb to design a game around. Instead of jumping, instead of shooting, we have punching. And what punching means is combat, but it also means digging, and it also means puzzle solving. Donkey Kong's main action is pressing Y and going boom, boom, boom. And it's not a punch out punch.
Yeah.
It's not a combat punch. It's a Swiss Army knife
Yeah.
punch that when you think about the main verb of how you interact with things in other games in Mario, platforming and combat is jumping. Platforming and combat is punching in Bonanza. And I think that's really interesting. And that's, again, another element that is, this is a new branch on the evolutionary tree of video game design. I think that I don't like it as much as other core verbs in
Sure.
video games, because that's the main area where I think this is less tested. This is less refined. This doesn't have that lineage to pull from
Yeah.
where mistakes have been made because there aren't really other games where punching. I mean, I guess you could say Minecraft, its main clicking action is swinging your fist, and that's
Yeah.
how you do combat or also destroy a tree. But this is less tested than those other versions. And there are less games to draw inspiration from where punching is the main mechanic. And I think that it means that it doesn't interact as tightly and as satisfyingly with level design as other mechanics do because, again, it's less tested.
Yeah.
And also, this is another one of the most subjective things about my experience with this game. I don't find it satisfying. I do find it satisfying. I like punching through a wall. I think it's cool, but I'm balancing that. Okay, it's cool and fun, and like the sound design is nice and the animation is nice. And I like the fact that it takes 3 hits to destroy most things. Like that is satisfying design. That is balanced out in my mind on this like scale thing of I think it looks gross when I destroy things. I especially because destruction is the main element of this game. Everything that you do in this game destroys something. Even just walking around can sometimes like leave a trail behind you if you've been there and the grass didn't like that, so now it's rock. Going into like a village of these characters and you're just trying to like, oh, there's a banana up there, or like, oh, I'm trying to get on top of this, and then you like get off and you land. Maybe you didn't even fall from that high of a height, and you like destroyed someone's bed. Like you didn't even mean to. Donkey Kong is just this bull in a china shop guy that inherently, through him moving through an environment and barely interacting with it, leaves a trail of destruction behind him. That is what's not satisfying to me. Is I like the art direction of this game. I like these little villages and little characters. Again, very much like Odyssey or Breath of the Wild. These little places that feel very like culturally distinct and very particularly art directed. I want to get into that. But because you are by definition destroying that design, that intentional art direction of these places, I find it unsatisfying to do it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm trying to hold back from doing it. And a lot of things like, ooh, this hill is very interesting. I like the way this tree goes, but I'm like, I don't want, it looks cool. I don't want to touch it. It's like, I don't want to be the guy that goes into the botanical garden and trudges straight through it because I wanted to. That's what you have to do with the Donkey Kong to engage with this game. You have to go into the botanical garden and muck over it.
Yeah.
And I don't like that. But
I
ultimately, obviously, I did it. I beat the game. I've collected hundreds of bananas. I said fuck you to it at a certain point. But at a surface level, if I could choose to not destroy the village or not destroy the cool looking tree, I would rather do that. But the game doesn't give you an option to not do that.
Yeah. This
a lot there.
No, I think this is such a cool framing, because I found myself thinking after you said this to me when we were both still playing through the game, I started to think about landing. How can I land out of these jumps that doesn't destroy the ground?
It's very hard.
It's very hard, but you can do it. If you get into a good timing, you hit a nice roll right before you get to land, you can land gently. And I think for me, I'll go very subjective as well first.
Yeah.
I love sculpting. I haven't gotten to do it as much in the last couple of years, but especially throughout high school, throughout the beginning of my college career, I loved it. And I had this class called Spatial Dynamics, and we were working with big chunks of clay. And something that's really fun is when you get the clay a little bit damp and you're ready to work with it and you're just pounding the clay. And the thump of your hand on the clay, the impress, the way you imprint into it, the way you rip it apart, you put it back together. I think there's a lot of this almost like sculptural hand feel in this game. Even like picking up like a muddy chunk and tossing it so it doesn't destroy but it sticks. I'm like, I've done that to do sculpture. And so for me, I think there's just like this personal parallel between these this interest in art I have outside of games and this feel of the game that I find satisfying.
It's also like being on a beach and building a sandcastle or something. You're molding it with your hands, and then if you want to, you can be the dickhead that goes and kicks someone else's sandcastle over. And in Donkey Kong Bananza, you're the dickhead that kicks over someone's sandcastle.
Well, and that's such an interesting point, because the other thing I was thinking about is I went to the beach. I don't know if it was last week or before, and I was reading. And as I'm reading on the beach, I'm just like digging a hole with my heel in the sand next to me, not even thinking about it. And then I'm done reading, and I look and I've made this like big massive hole, and I'm like, there's something intrinsic about this. And Giovanni Colantonio wrote a great piece for Polygon about dig as this very primal like playground verb that games are starting to lean on. But so I think that there's this real personal like primal satisfaction to it, helped by really good Foley work and the sound design and things like that. But going back to your point about the asshole kicks over the sandcastle. I think what I like about the fact that you have to try so hard to not do destruction is that, to me, that's great character work. Because I really like this new characterization for Donkey Kong. He's this big, doofy, kind-hearted character who is very, very strong. And I think that there is something...
And doesn't know his own strength.
Exactly.
And also, frankly, doesn't seem to be particularly concerned with his own strength. I like that when you punch someone, you high-five them instead. That's a nice little character touch. And I also want to talk about this in terms of the ending. His characterization is that he's really dumb and also hyper-focused on bananas, to the point where it actually is, he has to struggle. He has to focus to not do these things and care about someone else. I'm just starting it here. Because we're talking about characterization. One of the weirdest moments of this game to me, and actually I think it goes kind of against what we're saying about his characterization, is this moment at the very end when you've beaten K. Rool and Pauline and DK are in the like now kind of restored New Donk City, and throughout the game, Pauline is talking about what her hopes and dreams are, and that she wants to get back to the surface because that's her dream, that's her goal. The characters are always asking what DK and Pauline's goals are, and DK says get to the surface, and Pauline says get to the surface, DK says bananas every single time. And when you get to the surface, there's this heart-to-heart moment where they're on the surface, her dream is realized, and Donkey Kong's dream is also realized because there's Banandium everywhere, there's bananas, and there's this moment where the two dreams come to a head, is that in some way they're opposite of one another. Pauline has achieved her goal because she's on the surface, and she's like, Donkey Kong, will you help me with my dream? I want to stay together. We've connected so much. And Donkey Kong has this moment where he like focuses for a second, and he's like, blah, 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 blah. And ultimately, he's too dumb to recognize the bond that they've made. I mean, he does to a certain degree, but he rejects her and he leaves, and he goes back down to the planet score, and he seems to like, the thought of her like leaves his mind. He's like, and he just like jumps into the hole. And I'm like, I wish there was more of this character growth where he realizes that there are some things more important than your gut desire for bananas in his case. Well, it made him feel like a dick to me, but for most of the game, I agree the characterization is there, and it's in his stupidity and his burliness and his kind-heartedness, but he does reject the kind-heartedness and just go, hey, banana, and just jumps back in the hole.
See, I don't know if I agree though, because I think that there's a moment earlier when he's encased in the void like purple rock, the impenetrable rock,
Yeah.
and he starts beating out a rhythm.
Yeah.
However, he does it.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't fucking matter. He's beating out a rhythm on his stomach.
He's
Yeah, he's like flexing his pecs, so they reverberate. And he gives Pauline this cue for her to sing, and over the course of the game, the end result is Pauline singing.
Yeah.
And becoming this mayoral character and pop star that we know her as in Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think for me, I see what you mean that Donkey Kong doesn't really have an arc, but what I would argue is that to me he has another dimension, which is this constantly optimistic and fiercely loyal character for Pauline. This support, this sense of rhythm, this sense of protection, this sense of camaraderie. One of the things I love about this game, because I will say this, I agree with you in the main that the plot is like, I don't fucking know. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like
I remember people saying like, "Oh man, like I really cared a lot about this." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" There are moments.
You know what I did?
They're very few and far between.
I cared about the dialogue, this sort of thoughts that Pauline has that she expresses to DK when you sleep in a hideout. I found myself really reading those, and sometimes they're these goofy things. Oh, there's a big spider or a chameleon or something. Donkey Kong, you got to protect me. Or sometimes it's her sort of opining about the journey they've been on together and what they're still going to accomplish. And it's simple stuff.
Or also reflecting on the culture that they've seen. I think that her like thinking about like, oh, so the zebras make sweets. Like, I wonder if they made like a giant one, or like, oh, like she's thinking about these things that again I think reflect well on the world identity that they've established with each of these layers.
Yeah, I agree, and so I guess for me, I see how the ending is awkward, and I agree with that. But I think that there's this companionship and sort of just assumed protection and confidence that Donkey Kong is going to provide Pauline with that I really like. I really like when you're getting a new Bananza transformation and Pauline is feeling anxious and Donkey Kong just has this big dumb grin on his face and he's beating his chest to do what he can to support her. Like, I think that there are these very simple character ideas that to me are effective, and I think that there's a character arc between you, the player, and Donkey Kong that I like. And it goes back to this idea of trying to destroy less and be more intentional. When I'm first playing Donkey Kong Bananza, I'm just smashing shit out of anything. If I break stuff, it doesn't matter. But I think that there is a narrative function to you feeling bad as a player that Donkey Kong is inelegant and destroys shit in people's houses or smashes a tectone to bits or all this stuff. And I found myself coming to try to be more careful in these places the more I played the game. Finding ways to walk, to land, to punch, to dig that was as unobtrusive as possible. Now, obviously, there's moments in the game where you have to just destroy people's houses to find bananas and things. But I found as a player, there was this relationship I was forming where my Donkey Kong was becoming more considered, a little bit more precise. And I was getting better at the movement for the sake of traversal, but I was also getting better at the movement for the sake of Donkey Kong not being this guy who's going to not accidentally knock over the sandcastle. The sandcastle's going over is because I wanted to kick it, not because I wasn't adept enough to avoid it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's very interesting. I didn't do that. I ultimately just gave in to the chaos.
Sure.
So I didn't have that same arc, but I think that's an interesting experiential read of what you can do with the mechanics of this game. I think it's also a good moment to talk about Pauline as an element of this game, and she's the narrative thrust of it. She's the character that has an arc. She's the character that has dialogue, and it's this really unique character dynamic between the two of them, where, as we mentioned, and as you were talking, I was just rewatching the ending cutscene that I had an issue with, where the playable character that you control and that is iconic and historical is not the one that has a particularly strong character arc or
Yeah.
particularly strong characterization or particularly strong interaction with the other characters. It's it's the Eslo, it's the Cappy that really goes on the journey of self-discovery.
Yeah.
And where Donkey Kong doesn't say anything. He doesn't have dialogue. And it's the villains are actually more concerned with what Pauline's abilities are, her presence there, than Donkey Kong's. I like it. I think it's interesting. I think that for me, it ultimately ends up feeling a little bit imbalanced, where I wish it was also more Donkey Kong's journey in some way, in terms of characterization, in terms of growth, in terms of, again, the villains are more concerned with Pauline than they are with Donkey Kong. But it's what's in the game. I think it's interesting, but I ultimately don't love it because it feels imbalanced.
Well, think about this. I would argue that this is actually very similar to Mario in Odyssey.
Sure.
I think about at the end, it's the journey is to rescue Peach from Bowser and work with Cappy to rescue Tiara.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like
that's what she is. So
it's like a novel framing, but really in terms of the plot, in terms of characterization expressed through plot, it really is Peach's story. It's Peach's decision to reject both of them at the altar and then leave Mario and Bowser scratching their heads on the moon.
Yeah,
I think that there is this interesting balance in story, and this even goes back to Rosalina's storybook versus Mario in Galaxy 1.
Sure.
There's this interesting dynamic across EPD8's work where the characterization and story for the main characters expressed all through mechanics and gameplay.
Interesting.
And then there's this secondary character who exists in more direct and has more direct momentum in the plot, and it's their journey as a character that is expressed with a more clear arc. And I think that's just an interesting actual point of continuity that I hadn't considered.
No, it's also just a classic video game storytelling trope where the characters that have arcs and stories and personalities are the side characters.
Yeah, not the avatar.
The silent protagonist, the Joker from Persona 5, all the other Phantom themes have great stories and great histories and great personalities, and they interact with one another. And
Chief and Cortana.
Definitely true. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. That's a great comparison in terms of big burly guy whose goal is destruction in some way, obviously less so with Chief than with Donkey Kong in terms of personality and growth. It's Cortana. It's Pauline here. And I also think that in terms of giving, because I like what you said about Donkey Kong being fiercely loyal and that being one of his primary character traits in this, giving him a little girl who's scared and who needs to learn her confidence. And he is a confident character, maybe even to a fault. Having him be a supportive and also caring role model for someone, I think is great for his characterization. It was always sort of implied with Diddy or Dixie, but it was never really explored through the progression of the games or their characterizations. It was always just like, Diddy is the younger one and the smaller one, the ones with less history, and so therefore I guess their bond would be X. But that was never written into any of the games, and I think replacing Diddy with Pauline, I think is very, very key, because it's kind of the Doc Brown and Marty McFly thing, where it's like their bond is implied in their history with Diddy and DK, but their bond is not implied with Pauline and DK, with this Pauline, because they don't know each other, and they have to learn to get to know one another, and learn each other's strengths, and learn that their bond together is what allows them to progress forward. And so I think that to the point of foregrounding the new, this being a new version of Pauline and incorporating her singing more directly into the mechanics and the characterization, and then also by that metric, pushing Diddy really far to the side, pushing Cranky and Dixie and Rambi very far to the side, does wonders for DK's characterization, because I care much more about this version of DK because I know what his personality is in relation to someone else, as opposed to the very simple, cartoonish, Mickey Mouse like basic character trope that DK was in the past.
Yeah, I mean, there's always been, and this is, I think, a point of continuity from old DK to new DK.
Mm-hmm.
There's always been this big dopey smile and a big thumbs up and things from Donkey Kong, but I think that EPD8 smartly magnifies that.
Absolutely, and definitely through animation and through the redesign of the character.
Yeah, I mean the animation in this game was just outstanding.
Oh, yeah.
I have so many screenshots of going into photo mode, going into photo mode when I've just hit an enemy, going into photo mode when Donkey Kong's staring at a banana, going into photo mode when Donkey Kong stands up on his hind legs and puts his hands on his hips. Just all these moments. He feels so alive. I think that this is, I mean, it's a little silly because like this is the newest Nintendo game, the most cutting edge Nintendo game. But I think there's truly never been a Nintendo character who's been as expressive through animation as Donkey Kong. I love how he's realized here.
Totally, and it's actually a really interesting continuation. I think this is better, but an interesting continuation of the same compliments we were giving Mario Wonder, where Mario had always been rather static, especially in the 2D games.
Yeah.
And Mario Wonder injected some of that personality you might have seen in Mario Odyssey, where he's like fanning himself when he's hot or falling asleep and things, and injects that back into 2D, where Mario's making much more expressive facial animations. He has this rosier look to his cheeks and stuff. They did that for DK, but also with a more explicit redesign to what his face can do. And I really love it. I think that it's excellent and some of the best animation work that they've done, some of the best visual characterization, because it also applies to the physical character model that you're controlling. It's not like the expressions are only relegated to the cutscenes, which is where the traditional video game characterization, you put the effort into the cutscenes, and that's where you learn about it. And then the model is the model. They might have their hurt or low HP, different character model, but Pauline and Donkey Kong are always changing their facial expressions, which is why that dynamic camera mode, where you can just stop the action and see their faces, is a lot more engaging and a lot more. It incentivizes you to do it because you want to be able to look at how are they feeling in this moment, and they reflect that in the animation. I think it's very, very cool. It's a great attention to detail.
I totally agree. If we can pivot a little bit, I want to talk about level.
No, I think I'd rather that we dig down a layer.
Okay, what if we pivoted down a layer? And we talk about how Donkey Kong is expressed through level design.
Sure.
Because this to me is a really key point. I think that there is a lot of continuity with Jungle Beat in terms of how the levels themselves are built in a way to express who Donkey Kong is. In a similar way, actually, to how you were speaking about the animation, how we're speaking about with his just general ability to destroy things.
Yeah.
In Jungle Beat, for people who aren't familiar, it's a DK platform that you play with the bongos. And what's so interesting about this is that you have like a left slap, a right slap, and a clap. You have so few ways of interacting with Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
And so what the game is in practice is closer to like playing a classic Sonic game, where it's all about this sort of flow through a stage. And in that game, you're going to be clapping and slapping the bongos to have Donkey Kong jump between animals, jump on flowers, swing around vines, and he's always moving. And to me, what's so cool about that game is it really gives you this feeling that Donkey Kong is the king of this jungle. He can he can move from animal to from flora to fauna so seamlessly, and he's so powerful in that game,
and surprisingly graceful.
Yeah. And that's a great detail too, and that's expressive.
That's not the case here,
right? And that's why it's interesting to me that there's this for me this two sides of the same coin thing, where the levels express that because they're built to show Donkey Kong as this empowered king of the jungle in Jungle Beat. Here, I think the fact that the levels basically entirely bend to Donkey Kong's will is once again similar to Jungle Beat in that way. And what it does is it creates a really new relationship between the player, the character, and the level. Because the level is basically a suggestion in this game.
Yeah. To a certain extent. And here, no, you're a different guy. You're Abram. I said Tanner. We're going to connect this back around
Yeah.
to the point that you were making about as you explored the game, you built this relationship between you, Donkey Kong, and the world where you learned to be a kinder DK.
Yeah.
I think we're reading too far into this, but I like this path. That I think the level design also does that.
Sure.
Where, and let's bring in the other element that was. This is really what was exhale from Noseworthy at early parts of the game, and why
sure.
I was worried about how much I would like the game at the beginning. The first 3 worlds before you hit the divide are the most sandbox this game is. Maybe there's the fucking like trash layer or whatever. That's you do a lot of digging in that one, but
that was pretty linear in effect.
It's linear, but also it has the most stuff to destroy because you like have to.
Right.
Where it's lagoon layer, canyon layer, and hilltop layer, and there's a lot of destruction in those levels. They're very. You are put into a lot of caves. Things are buried most of the time, and the only way to get to them, and also to incentivize learning how you can explore and dig and make holes and destroy anything, is to destroy. You have to do that in these layers. And my biggest problem with the game at this first part of the game was that I felt that the Donkey Kong was too powerful for me to appreciate the level design.
Yeah.
You have this action, punch, and it destroys almost anything. And it's also even, I like this touch, but it's also even how you collect the collectibles. It's boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
And what it meant, and also you have this clap radar that shows you where collectibles are. What it meant is that I ended up in these first few areas bypassing so much of the intended collectible level design that I felt like I wasn't able to experience what the designers had intended. And it's actually something that we can draw a very direct correlation to an experience that a lot of people had with Tears of the Kingdom, where you are given a set of tools that are so powerful that they end up distancing you from the way that the level is intended. You've got this, you either can go down this corridor, defeat the enemies, smash through the differently colored rock that's blocking this wall, so you understand that that's how the level is and this challenge is designed. Or you can be on the other side of the wall, use your radar, find it, skip it entirely, and get to the banana. The result is the same, but the experience is wildly different. And that meant, and even with a more specific example, just accidentally I dug into a boss arena and had to fight the boss without even realizing that there was anything on the other side of that wall. I was just digging. And then a cutscene starts, what the fuck? What are you talking? I don't even know. This was in Canyon Layer. I don't even know how you're supposed to go up and around, and there's a giraffe thing and this tube, and I didn't know any of that. And that was really frustrating to me, because part of what I like so much about Nintendo's games is the curation and the way that they've learned about level design and enemy placement and coloration of different textures to naturally guide you through a level. And I felt that because Donkey Kong was so powerful with his punches and so powerful with the radar, that I wasn't able to experience that. And and I want to talk about how that felt to you, because that was my biggest complaint with the early section of the game. But here's what's interesting. Correlated with my enjoyment of the game is the level design becoming more restrictive, in which you are able to destroy less things because the materials are tougher. The levels are actually more spread out. You have to use the Bananza powers in specific ways. You're gliding over things instead of punching through them. The level design also, tying this into you becoming a kinder DK, forces you to be more considerate of the level design and engage with the particular mechanics. So DK, through the level design, becomes a less inherently destructive character, because the levels are less designed around destruction and more around throwing the seeds or clearing lava or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, they also start to rely way more on interactions between materials.
Correct. Yes.
And I agree. It's interesting because I think we agree in the main, insofar as I think that the game also gets better as it goes.
Yeah.
But I think the difference is that for me, I never had an issue with it.
Totally fair.
And I think for me, what it is that I I'm not, and by any means, trying to relitigate my issues with Tears of the Kingdom, but I think the difference between Tears of the Kingdom, but it just it's a can of worms. It's too big of a thing. But I think a big difference for me, this is a point Jake Steinberg made that really he made it about Echoes of Wisdom, but it really crystallizes my feeling on Tears of the Kingdom, is that there's this like almost arbitrary dimension to a game like Tears of the Kingdom, where Link could have gotten any powers. He just so happens to have gotten from that arm the ability to do Ultra Hand and this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes back to this idea of characterization through mechanics, and the relationship I'm building with the character. I think part of what I like about especially Odyssey is that as I improve in my understanding of the mechanics, I grow a closer bond with Mario, and together we can overcome new challenges.
Mm-hmm.
Game like Tears of the Kingdom was a little bit harder for me to get into because it felt like the relationship between me, Link, and the world was mediated by this somewhat like omniscient force of the Ultra Hand power.
Yeah, the powers are Raru; they're not Link.
Right, and like looking at Donkey Kong from the beginning, even if I am sort of bashing through the layer in sort of the incorrect way, and I accidentally stumble into a banana from above or behind, to me that's how Donkey Kong did it, because the strength is intrinsic to Donkey Kong.
Sure.
And it's like, this is how my role play as Donkey Kong has unfolded. So I enjoyed that from the beginning, but I think what's interesting is that in going back to start 100% in the game, I think a dimension of this also, and I'm curious if this resonates with you, but I think a dimension of the issue, quote unquote, with this sort of encountering things improperly insofar as not in the intended way, is that there is so much to those early areas. They're so dense with bananas and fossils, and that's true for the whole game. But to me, I feel like Lagoon Layer is especially dense.
Yeah, I agree.
There's
very little mediation.
Yeah, it's a little less intentional almost as you're going through that first area.
I agree. Yeah, because like there is a path, but I don't think I ever like went on it. I was like, oh, I see that there's a banana behind this wall, or like I'm looking down over the edge and I'm like taking this wild twining path where I end up at the back of the level before the middle of it.
You can almost make an argument that it is in some ways a Great Plateau-esque area, in that you're here to kind of get a feel for how Donkey Kong controls, and Hilltop Layer is that even more explicitly, because that whole area is to teach you how to turf surf. That's all it is.
That is very true. No, I think it's interesting to even draw within Lagoon Layer the 101 or 100 or whatever, and you go down one, and suddenly there's this water and there's floating platforms. You're not destroying almost anything in that second layer of Lagoon Layer.
It also restricts you a lot more.
Sure, that's my point.
Yeah. Because like you have to raise the water level to reach the Elder, and you can't quite. You can fuck. People have fucking broken this game wide open already, which is to EPA8's intent. They even talked about wanting sequence breaking in this game and resisting the urge to prevent that. Yeah. And this
much
raises
like Tears of the Kingdom.
Yes, and it raises a question, an experiential question I have for you.
So
yes. An experiential question I have for you is this idea of Nintendo curation, right? I think part of what makes this game so interesting to me is that it is we have some people who are new, right? Like Takahashi, who's the director who came from Square Enix, was working on like Final Fantasy 15, comes here to make this game.
Very fascinating.
You have new faces, but you have a lot of veterans of EPD8. Yeah. Motakura is the producer. The producer in Nintendo Structure is another thing I learned from Nintendo Forecast. Is really the one steering the ship in a lot of ways.
Yeah. That's why you credit Aonuma instead of Takahashi.
Yeah, and it's
not Takahashi, Fujibayashi.
Fujibayashi, yeah. And so you have these veteran people who, from the beginning, like I was saying with Jungle Beat, know how to curate very carefully. And you're right, this is a defining quality across all Nintendo's games. So this new era of Nintendo, where they have the institutional knowledge, the first-hand experience to make these curated games, the choice to not curate, I think is very interesting. Yeah. The choice to say...
That's what comes from the experience, you're right.
The choice to say, okay, you can... And it's funny, I think about like in Cascade Kingdom, the famous speedrunning skip, where you're the T-Rex, you jump off the platform and you dive into Madame Brutal's boss arena. Those sorts of things... EPD8 didn't resist at all in this game. There's no resistance to the player doing these things. For you, as a player, what does that do for you? This knowledge that this team can curate, but the choice to not curate.
Well, that I think is, if I had to actually draw a design decision where it almost feels hard cut from Wii U to Switch, where the Switch era really starts, is that thing right there. Because that is
Yeah.
true of Breath of the Wild, that is true of Mario Odyssey, that is true of Tears of the Kingdom, Echoes of Wisdom, and Donkey Kong Bonanza. It is player driven, as we've been saying, where in all of these games, in some way within their structure, you are given the choice to engage or not engage with whatever in the levels you want. You can do any of the bosses in any order in Breath of the Wild, or do none of them. That is also true to a certain extent in Odyssey, where you don't have to get the boss moons. You can just go get a couple and then move on to the next one if you want to. And Tears of the Kingdom, Echoes of Wisdom, even more so. And that's also true here. And I would compare this even more to Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, where you're given even more optionality in how much of the game you want to play, because you don't have to do any of the bananas.
People have beaten it with 0 bananas.
0 bananas, 0 fossils. And that's like, for the player that really engages with the game, that's what you're going to be spending most of the time doing. That's why the game is a 20-25 hour experience as opposed to a 6 or 7 hour one. It's interesting. Actually, scratch what I said. It's the opposite of Breath of the Wild or Mario Odyssey, where the only thing you have to do are these more curated boss segments. That's the only part of the level you have to do to continue. Otherwise, all of the side content is totally optional. You don't need any of it to continue forward. But it's that balance where the curation, they've done all of this curating of literally like 1,000 bananas and all these fossil placements, and it's all totally optional. That's the optionality of content is what ties all of these 5 and maybe some others if we think about it more games together.
Yeah, I agree, and it's such an interesting part of Nintendo's approach to design, and it's funny. It's something that I really like about like Pikmin as well. Just choosing which treasures to get to progress. Like it's this idea that's kind of percolated in the company's catalog for a long time, but then the all these individual development teams kind of feel like they now have the tools to realize his experiences in that vision. And for me, I need to keep thinking on it because it just works so much better for me here and in Breath of the Wild than it does in the other games.
Yeah, sure.
And I love Odyssey still, to be clear.
But by the way, you like or love all of those games.
Oh yeah, even Tears of the Kingdom, which I have fundamental issues with. I'm not going to sit here and say I don't like that game. That's just wouldn't be true. Yeah. But it's just cool to be at this inflection point here in Nintendo's design process. Yeah. And I find that really interesting.
One thing that I maybe want to explore in like deeper way in maybe just a conversation on the phone later, but I've been thinking about learning something through playing a game and not loving it at first. It being a little bit confusing, a little bit off-putting because it's different from what you did before. You didn't really love it. And even if it's done basically the same way in a later game, you may appreciate it more because you've had the time to sit with it, experience it, and ruminate on it before playing that next game, and you might appreciate it more. The particular example that I'm going to draw, and I don't know if this is necessarily the same for you, Tears of the Kingdom and Donkey Kong Bananza, but is Death Stranding 2. I learned so much of that game's vocabulary, I really didn't care too much for it in that first game. Death Stranding 2 is not a radically different game from Death Stranding 1, but because I understood what it was doing so much better, because I pushed through that first game, I was able to really appreciate the second game, even though a lot of it was the same. I don't know where that really sits with this, but I do think it's interesting to have Nintendo have taught you through games you've liked less, liked more. We're getting a call collectively from a friend on Discord.
That jump scared me. That was loud in my headphones.
You've been taught different elements of this freedom and different elements of this curation versus player optionality, to where you've discovered a middle ground that you like a lot more. And now that you realize all these are in conversation, it may help you to crystallize the different balance that you prefer and may help you appreciate future games or past games in a different light. Yeah,
certainly. And it's just it's interesting how much of this relies on the player.
Yeah, of course.
Because again, it goes back to your point of curation. You think about Galaxy is a game that I adore. What's interesting about Galaxy is all the restrictions on it.
Of
the way
course.
that even Mario's moveset is paired way back,
Sure.
because there was fear that the cylindrical planets would be way too hard to explore
Yeah.
unless there was a very tight set of options the player has.
Yeah. Definitely. And what's interesting about that is that's true with the two Galaxy games.
Yeah.
But I think if you put yourself in the mindset of a modern Nintendo designer, if they were to make a Galaxy 3, I think it could be a more open, player-driven thing
Yeah, I think
with
so.
those spherical gravity mechanics, because that is much better understood now than it was when those games came out.
Yeah, and it's just I think it was a Talking Sock who was making this point about Nintendo's interest in really expressive game design right now.
Mm.
And if you go back to the 90s, they had a keen interest in this. I'm thinking about like 64DD, and I'm thinking about Dash and the Giant and Mario Artist, Mario Paint
Sure.
before it. Or, think modern history. Think about Super Mario Maker. The Nintendo, has dabbled in the past with freedom for the player, and the tools they're giving us are just getting greater and greater. And obviously, the playtest game being playtested right now via NSO is that to the ultimate degree.
Yeah.
And so it'll be cool to see where these things are further taken in other Nintendo games. But I want to come back to Bonanza specifically, because
we're digging down another layer.
There's this point that Chris String made that you shared with me that I thought was so astute, about how the game places the reward, the banana bunch that you get for defeating a boss, not on the layer you defeated them on, but down one layer to keep you playing.
I felt like dirt had been wiped off my glasses that I don't own when he pointed that out. I'm like, that's right. And that's so fucking interesting, because really what that is the there's a design element for, particularly in Breath of the Wild, it's like design of like triangles or something like that, when you can see something off in the distance and it draws your eye to it because of the triangles, the way that they cut away the terrain and build up the terrain to guide your eye to things in the distance. And that's what's so fun about Breath of the Wild, is being distracted and running around. Oh, look at the Korok thing, look at like noticing things in the environment. That is similar to what's going on here, which is the game flows from level to level in a really compelling way, because you are given that next thing to look off to in the distance. The moment you transition from one level to the next, you're like, okay, I beat the boss. Like, that's the cutscene. I'm gonna jump down this hole and get the star, the moon, the banana, banana gem, because that's what you do. But the moment you do that and you destroy it, you're in a totally new area. You're instantly, like, the feedback is, what's this world? What's the tone? What is the enemy going to be like? How much space do I have to destroy? Do I see any bananas? Do I see any fossils? Do I see any characters to talk to? Your mind is immediately racing because you're placed in this new environment of like, oh shit, I could keep going. It's very much a one more level design philosophy, because there's not that, even like it's very much what Odyssey does, as opposed to Galaxy or Sunshine or 64, where you are not taken out of the level. You're not kicked back to Peach's Castle, not kicked back to Rosalina Observatory or Delfino Plaza. In Odyssey, you beat the boss and you're still free to go. Go get more bananas, go get more moons, do whatever you want. And Bonanza does that even smarter way by making that transition between the levels, and you don't even have to get on the Odyssey to transition to the next one.
I was thinking about this exactly. This is exactly where I wanted to go with this, because I've been thinking about it after Chris String's comment, because to me it's about continuity insofar as that there are obviously discrete layers. That's the whole idea. But they are very much continuous. And you can go to the Televator, and you can go to this menu, not unlike the Kingdom selection in Odyssey, but only this scrolls vertically. But for the most part, you're not really going to be doing that. You're going to be staying in the moment. You're going to be dropping down from layer to layer, and if you want to get back up, you're going to do a ground pound to get a barrel that will shoot you back up a sublayer. And so I think what's interesting to me about this game is the way that it keeps you engaged in through minutia, through the next banana in front of you, through the next objective, through the next elder to meet, the next ancient
Yeah.
record piece to find. It really doesn't, and this is Chris String's point, there's not such an easy put the controller down moment.
No. Yeah.
And I think that this is cool, not just as it sort of connects to the psychology of playing, but it's cool in that, to me, this is such a amazingly realized world.
Oh yeah.
And I
No,
think
suck
it's a real incredible feat of art direction and of structural design, because it's maybe the least sensical larger world we've ever experienced in a Nintendo game.
Mm.
You know, you think about the sense of place in Kirby and the Forgotten Land, but that's a continuous continent. You think about Odyssey, you're going to places that are conjoined in a world map.
Mhm.
This is a series of discrete biomes that get weirder and weirder, that all exist stacked on top of each other vertically under the surface of a planet. It doesn't
Fucking
make
ridiculous.
sense, but it feels logical.
It's almost what it's like halfway between like Mario 64, where you're jumping into paintings and it's all inherently surrealistic because of that, and Mario Sunshine,
Yes.
which of course has surrealistic areas, but the primary draw of that game is that Delfino Plaza, Isle Delfino is a place. These levels are set within them, and you can see them out in the distance. They maintain this continuous thing. The internal logic of a layer is very, very strong.
Yeah.
They'll have their own color palette. They have their own species that live there, their own mechanics that you have to deal with. But then between them, it's what I don't fucking know. I don't really care. It's just, but they're all placed into this. You're going out of the core. It doesn't make any fucking sense. But I think it's very fun. And for me, it is the fact that no game that I can think of has ever done this with a set of levels. I'm so used to picking something from a menu or from a flat world map, which is Mario, which is Kirby, or a level select or whatever, or even a hub area. This game doesn't have a hub. It doesn't have a level to select. It doesn't have an overworld map, but it still maintains a sense of internal continuity because you're going down. You're going down.
Well, here's a beautiful point that I'm surprised more people aren't raising. Donkey Kong Arcade is a vertical game.
Correct.
This is a vertical game.
Yeah.
And I think that it's interesting that is...
Kid Icarus, vertical game. This is a Kid Icarus game.
Well, I was going to say that, actually, unironically.
Ooh!
Kid Icarus, Metroid, like these games that were pioneering of vertical movement before we kind of decided on horizontal movement. I think it's very interesting to invoke that for this title in particular.
Yeah. In a minor way, in a subtle way, but
yes,
in a structural way.
Yeah, and so I think that's like there's a sense of familiarity intrinsic to Donkey Kong as a property, this idea of vertical movement. And so I like that this game is also structurally built around that same direction of travel. Yeah,
and it's the only Donkey Kong game I can think of since the original that does that. I mean, I guess the Payon games, have vertical levels, but everything else has been country, which are very vertical, or very horizontal rather.
Yeah, I would say I think the Payon games are a great closest point, because they literally are so solely vertical.
Yeah. But I also don't even think that's the intention to invoke that.
No.
Yeah, it's just they're fucking peg games. I don't know. Quickly, just to mention, I think another reason why this design decision to make things flow in this way and to draw your eye to that next area works so well for me is this is the reason why I prefer Metroidvanias over 2D platformers. Is when I get a new item or new ability in a Metroidvania, my mind is immediately racing. Oh, I can go back there. There's a door in this area that'll lead me to a whole new area immediately. Whereas being sucked out of a level and choosing another level from a world map, which is fine to me, I've played plenty of games like that I love, is way less interesting to me. Or why something like modern God of War games are so interesting, because you have that flow. You're never sucked out of the moment. You're always in it. That's what this is in a very subtle way, but it's great. It works very well.
Well, I mean, I think sort of one of the last major dimensions of the game we haven't touched on are the transformations.
Yeah,
um, which,
Bananza.
which
Oh,
you
Bananza.
cued me into there. This idea of taking the Bonanzas to other places and seeing how
Yeah.
they recontextualize your understanding of the layers.
Yeah.
What do you make of the Bonanzas?
I think they're cool. I think it's interesting to inject power ups for first time that I can remember into Donkey Kong games. Um,
Yeah.
there's Bonanzas are ostensibly a continuation of captures,
Well,
mouthful mode, Bonanzas.
I'll give one counterpoint.
Yeah.
The Kongs in specifically Tropical Freeze operate as two-hit
Oh,
power-ups, I would say.
correct. But I mean, that's really no different than like a shield or like a extra. Like if you get like the golden hearts in Odyssey or whatever. My point is more because they don't change your
They do.
movement. No, they do.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's true. That you're right. That's a lot closer to a traditional 2D Mario power up where you get an extra hit and it changes your movement.
Yeah.
Whereas you don't get kicked out of a mouthful mode or a capture or a bonanza when you get hit. They are these transformations of the core character.
Yeah.
And so I think it's interesting to because also the thing about the extra Kongs in the retro games is they're not required to interact with the level. You're totally beatable as base DK, and often you have to do that. You want to have because you're right. Of course, they changed their the movement. You want to have Dixie's thing. You want to have the cane as with Cranky, but often you don't. And sometimes it's a little frustrating. Like, damn, I wish I had this right now. But Bonanza, more so than any game I can really think of, except for maybe in some way Bowser's Fury, keeps the power-ups as options for you to use whenever you want.
Yeah.
It is a very funny and fascinating design decision to have them operate on a time limit and have them operate on a resource of the Banandium gems or whatever, the gold. But Banergy, excuse me. But essentially, that's fucking meaningless because they take forever to go away. You have them for a really long time, and Banergy fills up immediately. Whatever you're doing, you're destroying shit. You're getting the gold. It's filling up your Banergy, and so you can choose to use them or not whenever you want. You've got them in your back pocket, which is why I compare it to Bowser's Fury, where you have this like selection wheel of power ups you can just choose from.
Yeah.
And I think it's cool. It's very different. It gives it a Breath of the Wild style. You have these runes, and you can choose to use them at your discretion whenever you'd like. With the Bonanzas, I didn't find myself using them a super large amount.
Same.
I think primarily because once I realized that engaging with the specific level design was something I was having issue with early on, and the Bonanzas are definitely an option for you to skip level design and not engage with it as closely. I was like, okay, I'll use these when I feel the level design calls me to. Like if I see something super high up, I'm like, all right, I'll use a snake jump. Or of course, you have to use the zebra to run across some areas. The Kong one is much more optional. I can't really think of too many times when you have to use Kong Bonanza. But I like them. I think they're cool. I think that they're a fun climactic moment.
Yeah.
Because getting one at the end of a level and then being able to just truck through the level backwards, or then of course continuing them forward. And of course you got the music playing. They're very fun, celebratory, climactic moment whenever you get one. They're cool. They're not something that looms particularly large in my mind. Captures and mouthful mode are like the identity of those games to me. I'm like, oh man, I love being in a mouthful mode. I love the capture mechanic. Which of course I love the normal transformations or the normal movement and combat in those games as well. But Bonanzas are a much smaller part of this game than I think I might have thought going in.
Yeah, I think they're inelegant. I think I mean honestly, I think Bowser's Fury is a great game to invoke because to me both systems are sort of have the same shortcoming. In that I just think that they're not particular enough. I think that that I want there to be a more particular relationship between the power up and the world, and the times that. And that's why I think Mouthful Mode is the best example because those levels are built around it.
Yeah. And also to that point, that's part of the reason why I had trouble with traditional Kirby games where you can have any power up at any time, but it never feels like they're specifically required for the level.
Yeah. I think that's a really good comparison, and that's something for me just to interrogate as to why I feel differently about it there than
Yeah.
here. But I think here in this case, it might be because I really love when there's an intentional function to the Bonanza
Yeah.
abilities. But then when there often isn't, I'm sort of underwhelmed.
Yeah.
Um, because I think about some of the boss battles that require some real clever use of the power ups.
Yeah.
Obviously, the King K. Rool fight's a great example, but I also love the I forget its name, but it's like the big snowball boss, and you have to use
Sure.
Zebra Bonanza to run up paths it creates.
Oh yeah.
I think
Very Kukateel.
yes, actually yes, which is my favorite boss fight in Odyssey.
Yeah.
Because Kukateel is just really funny.
Yeah.
But so I really like them in that application, but I just often find myself sort of uninterested in them. I feel similarly to like Sword Fighter mode in Echoes of Wisdom, to where
Sure.
it's
Interesting. Yeah, that also operates on a cooldown / really cheap resource.
yeah. When the resource gets too cheap, I think it just occupies this odd space where there's just enough friction for it to be annoying to invoke the power, but also feel pointless that it's there. So
Yeah.
I think I think there's so much novelty in the transformations themselves.
Yeah.
And I really,
particularly because they look funny.
They look so funny, and I really, like I said, I've only just begun 100%ing the game, so I've only done the Kong rehearsal. It's called, where it's a larger challenge stage built around the specific transformation, and that feels good to me. Again, it's about, are we using these cleverly, or do they just kind of feel like a superfluous thing in DK's kit? When I would actually have, here's maybe a difference between Kirby and this. I think I have more fun trying to navigate the world without the Bonanza, because it's almost like a Rivali's Gale thing where like I could climb the mountain and I could engage with the process of learning how to climb the mountain, or I could just do Rivali's Gale and just shoot up to the top of the mountain. Snake Bonanza is sort of the same, or Ostrich Bonanza.
No, I definitely agree. Yeah, which is an interesting moment to talk about the.
Wait, no, I lied to you. Hold on. Because here's the other reason.
I just got pulled out of a layer. Jesus Christ.
Here's the other reason that
I just got fake credits.
You did. Another problem I have with the Bonanzas is that I think that there is one that is so much better than all the other ones.
It's the elephant.
It's the elephant.
Yeah.
I mean, the elephant is a tremendous ability.
Yeah.
Being able to suck in anything and then it becoming the chunks you can pull back out has not only great puzzle solving applications, but it also is simply the most fun. Like something I did just for my own amusement is I went back to Resort Lair with Elephant Bonanza and I sucked up as much of the rainbow flying material as I could. And I would fly into the air, and as soon as I lost one, I'd pull out the next chunk and the next chunk and go.
Interesting. How high can you go?
So I could go 5 up because I could hold 5 chunks, but then I lost.
Upgrade your fucking Bonanza, baby.
Well, that's exactly what I was gonna say. One of my goals right now is as I keep getting more bananas and skill points. Maybe this is a good transition. As I keep getting these skill points, I'm putting them into lung capacity for elephant, 10 chunk capacity, and then duration of Bonanza ability capacity, because I want to take 10 pieces of the rainbow shit in, and I want to fly so high that the game crashes. That's my goal right now.
Well, no, no, I mean it won't crash.
No, that's an exaggeration. but again, this is like it's kind of like the fun I would have with remote bombs in Breath of the Wild. It's like, what's an ability that has a defined purpose, but a defined purpose I can really exploit, and both for utility and also just for fun. And
what
that's
you're trying to do
Bonanza
is give Donkey Kong Ascend.
I am trying to, and I'm achieving it.
You may, that with skill tree. Yeah, I think that, I can't. Donkey Kong has a fucking skill tree, and it's designed in a way that I can't really think of other skill trees being. Which, number one, as we mentioned before, all bananas are optional, which means the skill tree is totally optional. It is surprisingly flexible in the way that you can spend on whatever you want. None of it is required, so you're really just doing it if you're like, oh, that sounds like that would be fun to have. It is paced in a fascinating way where there's no the Banandium currency for your Banandium gem currency for your skill tree is the most stable currency that's ever existed. No inflation will ever hit. the Millennium Gem skill tree economy, because you get 5, and that is a skill point that you can spend.
Yeah.
Which I think is very interesting. It keeps the pacing of the rate at which you're getting skill points is very, very consistent. It can't be anything more than that. Whereas other games would blow up how many skill points things require, but also give you them faster. So you think you're getting more expensive things, but ultimately it's receiving at the same pace. This game eschews that by keeping everything the same price, which I think is interesting. Ultimately, I like the skill tree as just like a reward to consistently be checking in on.
Yeah.
But there are very few of them that I felt really changed the way I was playing. Especially because the ones I went for the quickest were the things that were inherent to Donkey Kong's moveset, being able to destroy things faster, being able to stay on a chunk longer, these things. And then I just forgot that I had them. It's like, oh, well, that's just how long it takes to destroy it. I didn't actually feel more powerful because I got them so early on that it just became normal to me.
Yeah.
The Bananza ones, I think, are a little bit better because you do, I think, feel substantially stronger when you can fly for longer or hold more chunks or whatever it is. But the skill tree is balanced fine enough. I like it. It's a good incentive. But ultimately, there's nothing that I can remember on the skill tree that I'm like, oh, this really changed the way that I approach the game.
Yeah, so I was a real skill tree hater before the game came out. I was like, I don't want to deal with this fucking skill tree. I don't want it to be here. I want my tools to be my tools. Another Jake Steinbergism. But I really had my mind changed on it. I don't actually disagree with you, frankly, though. In terms of
I like it. I just don't think it's like exceptional.
I think
it's a very minor part of my consideration of this game.
Yeah, and because I think that the challenge is that you want it to be, at a certain extent, you don't want it to be fundamental. It's supposed to be sort of this extra thing. Because, again, EPD 8 makes these very pure games, these very defined movesets. And I think they want to control that. I think that's a key part of their identity. I think that's just a part of these sorts of games. But at the same time, they want to give you this ability to personalize and to have your own approach. It's sort of an extension of the do you go for hearts or do you go for stamina Breath of the Wild system. Again, another similarity there. You get an X number of things out of the shrines, and you can choose upgrade.
Very true.
But I think for me, it's just simply it's a motivator more than anything else. It's a motivator to keep collecting bananas.
Correct. Yeah, because for me, it's that just one more sort of thing.
Yeah.
Where when I realize I'm like 1 or 2 away from getting another skill point, I'm like, well, I might as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I might as well go get 2 more bananas.
Yeah, and like when they're fun upgrades, they're fun upgrades. Like the elephant, the elephant build I'm working towards.
Yeah.
Tucker, we've talked very exhaustively about this game, but is there anything you don't think we've exhausted yet? You want to make sure we hit on?
Maybe touch on some of our favorite levels. Because I think one of the cool things about this game is how it learns from what Odyssey did of having very different scales of what a kingdom can be. You can have a massive world like Sand Kingdom or New Donk City, or there are smaller ones, something like Lost Kingdom or Cascade Kingdom. Those are a little bit more condensed. Or you can have little kind of bonus half things, where it's mostly for a boss fight, like Ruined Kingdom or Cloud Kingdom. This game, I think, strikes definitely a better balance where there are ones like the racing layer or the trash layer, where or the convergence or divergence layers, where it's like it's not really a layer. It's a different sort of thing that's structured a little bit differently. It breaks up the pacing a little bit better. Where the levels feel totally distinct. There are no 2 layers here. Hold on, I'm getting no, we're still in the video. Okay, Squadcast is like, we're having issues. What are you fucking talking about? We're chill. There are no layers that feel anywhere close to remotely similar in this game. They're so distinct. I think one of my problems with some of the early Kirby games, some of the early 2D Mario games, is that sometimes the worlds feel interchangeable. It's like, okay, yeah, the background aesthetic is different, but I could be in this world, that world, and I don't really feel like it's too different. But why I like this game so much and why I like the layers so much is their color palettes are totally different. The mechanics you're using are totally different. You're getting the different bonanzas. Some of them are more vertical. Some of them are more horizontal. Some of them are that just kind of like fun, bonus, different mechanic. I think the variety in layers here is a really exceptional part of this game's design.
Yeah, I truly agree because it's... I think that, even if you look at Odyssey, which also has good variety, it's... Excuse me. It's the relationship between I was gonna say Tucker in the level, but I guess that's true to an extent. Mario in the level and Donkey Kong in the level are quite different. And so I think that there's this opportunity not just for environmental variety or variety in the flavor and type of enemy, but in the fundamental interaction between Donkey Kong and the level. And so I think the levels that I enjoy the most are like Resort Layer, or Freezer Layer. Or
I still need to go more into that one.
I really, really, really like Tempest Layer just because I think the elephants are so funny.
Yeah, they're so funny. I immediately thought of you when I saw the first elephant in a big rain slicker, and he's all like
he's got a little umbrella he's holding in his trunk. That's so good.
And they're meteorologists. When was the last time a meteorologist was in a video game?
There's also an elephant that I love that it has a little watering can in his trunk, but the watering can is also shaped like a smaller elephant.
Is that true? Yeah. Well, that actually is something that on a small art direction level, I think this game is really exceptional at, is creating this internal identity for the cultures of the different creatures that live in different layers, particularly through and as you were mentioning, the animal motifs are integrated into the world and the houses they live in and things. The ostriches, which layer do they live on again?
Forest layer.
Oh, of course, yeah. The ostriches, there are little, small, ostrich-shaped fences that are on the ground. Yeah. And there's like a tall post that's like a neck, and there's a little bunch of fence posts that are like the back of the thing. And also, all the trees are shaped like fucking ostriches. And so like these big, long ostrich necks that culminate in an ostrich head. I'm like, that looks like an ostrich. And these guys are ostriches. That's funny. And also, then, they also pair these creatures that inhabit each layer with a job. So the zebras are like ice cream makers, and so there's a bunch of ice cream everywhere. I can't remember what the ostriches do actually. But as I mentioned, the elephants are the meteorologists, the monkeys are miners. Like, I think it's really fun that they not only have different species, but then different jobs. And that's also, again, another thing that I think this game has a lot more continuity with Odyssey than people really realize. That's something that was very much true in Odyssey, where you're traveling the world, you're meeting different groups of people, different species, and they each have their own little internal culture. This culture is obsessed with this. These kind of people are obsessed with that. The big doofy snowball guys in the Cold Layer and our Cold Kingdom in Odyssey.
Tostarena Town is my favorite in that game.
Yeah, exactly. They have these different species, and you're traveling the world. Again, just quickly to go through the things that I think are similarities with Odyssey. What are they called? The nap locations. The hideaways. The hideaways in Bananza are very similar to visiting the Odyssey in Odyssey. The shops are structured identically in that you're going there for cosmetics and you're spending the local currency, the purple coins versus the fossils, and you're getting the different costume pieces.
Cranky Kong and Peach serve the same function.
Or I was going to say Captain Toad, but Captain Toad initially, Peach once you beat the game.
Oh, I forgot it was Captain Toad before I beat the game.
Yeah. Where you find them, they give you a moon or a banana. I think that continuity is definitely the UI. Very, very similar. Yeah. When you get a moon, when you get a Banandium gem, they do the thing. There's a splash screen of the name. They do the pose. I love that there's that continuity there, and it makes it in my mind. This is the sequel to Super Mario Odyssey. Yeah. So many of those experiential design decisions are, and it seems like tech is carried forward.
Well, this is the last thing because. Do you have anything else you really want to touch on? Because I have something directly related to that I wanted to wrap up with.
Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, well, hold on. That you want to wrap up with?
Because it's sort of a bigger point.
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah.
Quickly, I love and I think why I like the game more as it goes is I love the specific mechanics you have to engage with in the later levels.
Yeah.
The seeds that you have to throw in the forest layer that then builds you a vine that you can crawl on. That's an amazing mechanic. I've never done anything like that in a game. It works so well, and it's so distinct.
The one similar that I love are the goo clouds that you throw something to weigh them down. Yeah, and then you get on them and then you slap to release a chunk. I think that's very clever.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, I think the best one in the game is the resort layer with these little sharks that poop out rainbow mush and you grab on and go, wee! And oh my god, the fact that the enemies that spit out this rainbow mush, when they get like angry, they do these arcs and they make a giant rainbow thing that you can walk on. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. Oh, and you can run on it as Zebra Man and glide off at dodges. Like this is some synergy here.
Yeah.
A game mechanic that is visually cool, that is very unique and never done like that in a game before. And then finally the lava rain in the Tempest layer that you have to hold a chunk above your head to dodge. I think is really, really clever. There's just all these little bits, or even Tempest layer, like the fact there's lightning coming down. You have to like make sure you're always on the move. I really love that, especially in the later half of the game. Each of these layers have a internal level mechanic that you don't see anywhere else in the game that very much gives them their own identity and are all very, very fun to engage with.
I completely agree. I also like in that layer it's just the zip lines, and you need to get a strong enough chunk that won't get degraded as you go along the zip line. Like
I didn't realize that at first. I'm like, why do I keep falling?
Same with me. Yeah. I think that's just very smart. I think that they build on your understanding of fundamental aspects of the game with these little complications that just make the moment-to-moment experience so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And, drumroll please, the closing point of Donkey Kong Bananza. Oh, well, actually, hold on. You want to talk about customization? The character customization options for the characters?
I gotta say, I don't think it made that big of an impact on me.
Sure. I think it's just a fun option.
I agree.
What it is very much is leaning into sort of the social aspect of Nintendo games, is that if you make a Donkey Kong and Pauline combo with colors and ties and, spoilers, hats in the post game that you think is really funny, that's like your Donkey Kong. You relate a little bit closer to that. You've spent the fossils on it. The costumes are largely correlated to the world, so you can give them a little bit of flavor, local flavor. But yeah, I found one that I liked and I stuck with it for like half the game. Which was purple Donkey Kong, the dusty grape color.
Yeah.
The yellow and blue striped tie that gives you a greater chance to get chests when you dig, and some yellow pants. So it was like purple and yellow is the color palette I was going for. And then Pauline had the blue and yellow elephant rain slicker.
Nice.
Which was like yellow and purple. It was a really cool thing. But by the end, I'm like, I want to go back to the red and brown. It's a really cool little combo there. Also, just in terms of color palette, the fact that purple and red, those are the classic colors of the original Donkey Kong game. That's what Pauline's costume is based off of. I think there's a lot of really cool design continuity and color palette touches. The fact that the walls you can't destroy, like the more cement ones, they have the crisscross pattern of the beams from the original Donkey Kong. It's like there's just all these little tiny things that show how much thought they put into it, which reminds me a lot of Odyssey. And the fact that there's little mushrooms hidden in things and like all this stuff. Like that's what that team is so good at, is realizing a world and using these little design touches if you're paying attention.
Yeah, it's just so, and I mean, this game is so vividly beautiful that you can really soak in those things too, especially in photo mode, which I used a lot in this game.
Yes. You're making me want to go play the game. God damn it.
The final thing I want to touch on, and the reason I wanted to end with this is because this is macro, this is speculative, but I wanted to discuss it with you because we haven't, even offline.
Mm-hmm. So you're getting my raw reaction here.
The game ends in New Donk City.
Yeah.
The implication, and you can never be too sure because canonically, Tears of the Kingdom is not a sequel to Breath of the Wild. Not connected on the timeline.
Is that true?
At least on the officials of the timeline, they're presented side by each, but they're not connected.
I've never paid attention to that fucking timeline.
Well, and
I'm not stupid. It's a sequel. I built Terrytown, and they know that I built Terrytown. I'm not stupid.
It's a sequel to Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. It's now in development.
But it's not. Fuck you.
And I'm not a carer about lore, But
No.
the reason I'm curious about your thoughts about this game and a New Donk City is because I'm curious from a macro level what you think the relationship between Mario and Donkey Kong as characters and franchise is going to be moving forward.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Because here's
Yeah.
what let me hear the pieces. Let me lay out what we know.
The question, in terms of mainline Donkey Kong and Mario games,
Yeah.
has there ever been a shared world or a shared Mario shows up in a DK Island or a DK?
Not
No
that I
DK
can
in
think
Mushroom
of.
Kingdom. No. This would then be the first time that technically Donkey Kong and Mario have been in the same place. It's like when you learned that like, oh, Elvis stayed at the same hotel room that fucking George Washington did.
Yeah, and I mean, like, there was the implication, of course, through New Donk City that they were related,
Yeah.
but it was not, I don't think, clear until this game, in my view, that it's not just a wink and a nudge. It literally is contiguous.
Yeah.
This is all happening underneath underneath the world, which is not just the Mushroom Kingdom, by the way. Is this larger world?
Yeah.
Here's what we know. This game is, if you can believe your eyes and Nintendo allow us to, a prequel to Odyssey.
Correct. I agree.
In the Mario movie, Donkey Kong's jungle is a providence
Yes.
in the world.
Correct. It's the Kong Kingdom or whatever.
In the theme park, Mario's area and Donkey Kong's area are separate areas. However, they all talk to each other very closely. These three massive pillars of things that are key in revitalizing Donkey Kong are intrinsically linked like this to Mario.
Yeah.
And obviously, Jumpman and DK, Mario versus DK as a character, King K. Rool even as a character like Mario Baseball, it's different in my opinion from what's happening now. Mm-hmm. This relationship between Bananza and Odyssey, like this, their relationship in the movie, their relationship in the theme park, do you think that these are going to be ostensibly the same franchise moving forward?
They always have been.
But what I mean is in a more direct and meaningful way.
I know. I'm just being a corny bastard because you and I have actually litigated this on many occasions. I think why not? Because what they've seen is, well, I mean, I guess I don't know, but like that it worked well in the movie, and that it works well in this game, and so I think that like there's really because the implication has always been that they are in the same world, they just haven't really explored it. It's like, well, why not make it more official? Why not be able to utilize? And I think that's what this kind of does, and also in the movie, utilize elements from Mario games and Mario worlds and Mario characters with Donkey Kong. See how they interact. That's a new kind of frontier to explore, and maybe even in future Mario game, him go to a jungle and maybe he can throw a barrel, maybe he can swing on a vine. Like these are he can do that fast, but like have these things like give more things for both these franchises to experiment with. In terms of story, I actually think that this is one of the first moments where I've thought that there's actually cool implications story-wise and character-wise for the order in which X of one of these games matters.
Yeah.
Because there's always been the kind of funny story bit that Cranky Kong is the original Donkey Kong. The DK we know is DK the Third. That's his grandson. And there's a continuity there in some very loose fashion.
And I'm like, who gives a fuck?
Who gives a fuck? But I do think that the implication that the Pauline that we're seeing is Pauline the Third. She's the granddaughter of the Pauline / lady from the original Donkey Kong game. That gives those two characters a connection together. They've gone on this journey together. They are parallels of one another from the original Donkey Kong game.
Yeah.
And that it then recontextualizes particularly Pauline's role in Super Mario Odyssey as the mayor. We know that she's lived there her whole life. She was part of the team that helped save the city. And then that makes the celebration at the end of the Metro Kingdom. That's actually a kind of a retroactive reference to him saving the city in Bananza. And so like and then you think about the fact that Pauline and DK, presumably this Pauline and this DK, have been actually like kind of friends in previous games. Like they'll like buddy up in the pictures in the sports games or whatever. It's like, obviously it's not intentional, but it gives it this moment of like, well, Pauline and Donkey Kong are actually really good friends and they saved each other and they know each other. And it's not this like the historical thing where DK kidnapped Pauline is not related to the DK and Pauline that we know. And so I think that it, in very subtle ways, smartly ties together all these things where Odyssey and the original Donkey Kong and the adventures that the DK we know went on in Country, all these things do happen and do impact each other in some light way. And particularly the characterization that is much stronger in Bonanza makes me care about all those games in tangential ways.
Yeah, and here's what I want to say to you. I think you're 100% right. However, I stopped listening. And it's not an offense to you because it's well argued and true, but like my mind just doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
I think what you're illustrating for us is that there is
Which part didn't you hear? I can repeat it.
No, I heard, it's a figure. Here, let me ask you the reason I really was asking the question.
Yeah.
Because you're right about the narrative, but to me I don't give a fuck about the narrative.
Yeah.
In the Acid Developer interview, there is a specific claim, I can't remember if it's Motokura or Takahashi, there's other people too, but I think it's one of them too, saying, we now hope that there will be 2D and 3D Donkey Kong games. Mm-hmm. The reason I bring this up in conversation with the relationship between Mario and Donkey Kong is, do you think that there is a world wherein EPD 10 is working on a 2D Donkey Kong game right now?
Fuck. Oh.
Is there going to be this harmony in production between the characters? Because that's what I'm really curious about, even beyond the narrative. Because
there are also people who are saying that maybe EPD 8 is making a 2D.
I don't think they can make a 2D game that'd be that good. Now that I know that'd be a little crazy, but I've never played a 2D level in any EPD 8 game and be like, that was remarkable.
Yeah,
they've always been fun.
There's clever stuff, especially in Odyssey, and the way it interacts with the backgrounds and stuff. That's clever. But you can't do that in a strictly 2D game. No,
and I'm sure that they would make a great game. But if you want a choice, you want a top shelf.
You want that Wonder Team making a baby.
Like, do you think that that's it? Do you think that that's what they mean? Do you think that's what they're setting up? This relationship where Donkey Kong is is enough of a Mario character to where the Mario teams can walk in that world as creators? I think the answer is yes.
Well, it is yes, because it happened. Right. That's what this game came from, and so. The question of whether it branches off into other things, here's another thing.
Yeah.
Think about the timing. They've got an entire new building's worth of people that is being established right now and will start to be making games in just like 2 years. And particularly EPD 8 and EPD 10, the 3D Mario and 2D Mario teams can staff up to be concurrently producing 3D Donkey Kong and 3D Mario games and 2D Donkey Kong and 2D Mario games. And have these going parallel, that's just great for everyone.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is that the building is happening in Kyoto, and EPD 8 is located in Tokyo, and they're the only Nintendo team located there. So part of what I'm wondering about is like, okay, in my view, I don't think they're giving Donkey Kong back out to an external partner.
I think they are, but not for the mainline games, maybe.
That's more what I mean. Like, I don't think it's all of the franchises at this point are subject to somebody else coming in and working on them. But I
think a Donkey Kong spinoff from a non-Nintendo team is within the next 18 months.
I think that's a good point of view. I'm thinking in terms of this mainline work.
Yeah.
I think it could be EPD 10. I really think that they want this. If you want DK to be this big character, you're gonna need this other pillar, because all these other franchises have a second team. Zelda has Grezzo. Metroid has Mercury Steam and Retro. Obviously, Mario has all these myriad teams. Mm-hmm. A lot of these big tentpole Nintendo.
Well, Donkey Kong has Tantalus. I'm fucking around, but that's a really good point. Yeah. Especially because when you think about the production timeline of EPD 8, we're not going to see a follow up to this game until mid 2030s. I think that. I don't know how far in production, or at least till the next system. I think that they wouldn't want to step on this game's toes by doing another 3D Donkey Kong game on the same system. And so that means that you have to think about it from Nintendo's point of view of major marketing beats for relevancy of a character throughout the life cycle of a system.
Yeah.
And start with 3D Donkey Kong. He's going to be in the next movie. Donkey Kong movie halfway through the life cycle. I think a late generation 2D Donkey Kong. Whether it's from Nintendo or not, I'm not completely sold on that idea that they wouldn't give it to another team. But I think a 2D Donkey Kong game that they really put a lot of effort into is within the year of a Donkey Kong movie happening.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, like, It could even be sooner. Who knows? Like if you imagine for a moment it is EPD10, I think you could imagine that the EPD10 could have a game like that ready in 2020, late 2026 or probably 2027.
Yeah.
And
because then the interesting thing is like what that's Bonanza is a great game. I think it's going to sell well.
Yeah.
But again, to the risk, all the way back to the beginning of this conversation, that honestly feels like it was fucking this morning. What does that mean in terms of economy of time, in terms of production timelines for all these things? A 3D Mario is going to sell 3 times as much as this game is. A 2D Mario is going to sell 3 times as much as a 2D Donkey Kong game will. 2D Mario. And so, like, obviously, EPD10 has already two games going on at once with aiding supporting on the Pikmin series. But, like, if they introduce a third thing, what does it mean for all of those games?
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing about EPD8 is, like, aiding did a lot of the lift on that game's development. So, like, would they rotate in, or is this where the point about expansion would come from with these new these new? Because I don't think they're gonna make like EPD11. I think they're gonna make.
I think there will be some kind of new team.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I think at a certain point when they get so big, because like my thought process is that they will divide EPD5.
I was exactly about to say that.
Teams, and so like, well, there's an EPD11 ostensibly.
No, that's a good point.
Unless it's an EPD5 and 5.5.
Well, I guess
it's a fucking platform 9 3/4.
Sorry. More what I meant is like I don't think that from the ground up they're going to immediately invest in a brand new group of people. I think
I agree. I think you build them up within and then you fractal them.
Yeah, I agree. But even like imagining 3D Mario is, let's just say for the sake of arguments, next holiday is 3D Mario.
Yeah,
which I actually think is pretty likely. Personally,
it's possible. Yeah.
Is Donkey Kong going to be in that game?
Sure. Yeah, I will stake my claim now. Why not? I don't think as a playable character, I don't think as a necessarily a major part of the plot, but I think
you visit
a jungle area and you get to be Mario and visit Donkey Kong's little fucking hut that's in a tree.
Or he even serves as a character with some kind of recurring function like Luigi in Luigi's Balloon World or something. And part of me wonders if 3D Mario follows 3D Donkey Kong because Donkey Kong will be in 3D Mario. I don't know.
The order doesn't really matter in that regard.
Yeah, but it's like you sell out of 3D Donkey Kong, you bring on 3D Mario, you put Donkey Kong in that 3D Mario, and then you sell more Donkey Kong. This will always be an evergreen game. It released the perfect time to always be an evergreen game in the Switch 2's catalog. But yeah, I just think that the arrival of New Donk City and the directness with which we're invoking the relationship between Mario and Donkey Kong is going to have implications beyond lore into production, into the types of games being made, in terms of who's going to be making them. And I think that's one of the most interesting things for me is what does Bonanza foretell for all the Donkey Kong games that are now going to hit that won't be Bonanza 2, because I agree with you, that game is 6 years away.
At minimum, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna be 8 years between 3D Marios.
Yeah.
Or more. Yeah, totally. I think we have really thoughtfully analyzed this game in a lot of angles that I haven't heard anyone talk about.
Yeah.
The levels are fun. Yeah, it's colorful. Yeah, it's fun to smash shit, but there's a lot of more nuanced design inspirations and implications and Nintendo culture implications and future implications that I think were really fun to explore. So hope everyone enjoyed. Here's the end of the video where you realize that there's 2.5 hours left on the runtime of this video.
Right.
And that's because we are testing to see if a long video in the algorithm, this is a fucking 2-hour video. It's a long video anyway.
Yeah.
But if a extremely long video of like 5 hours or whatever, gets people to watch it in the algorithm. If you've made 2 hours in, this is a test. This is funny. Yeah. There's nothing else for the rest of it, so you can fucking click off of it. But I hope everyone enjoyed, and we'll see you next time.